Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, and good night, depending on wherever you are in the world. We are going to have a nice, lazy day today. Hello, Ash Gaming. So good to see you. Ah, you were here for our poppy run last night. That was a lot of fun. We may be picking back up on that again. Probably not today, because I think Rosie's going to be busy all day, and we're mainly having her play a lot of this, because it's her first time going through. Me and Kevin have already played through all of the chapters at least once. So we'll either probably pick that up again maybe tomorrow or sometime on possibly Sunday. But rest assured, the poppy rot continues, because today we are going to be working on finishing the player avatar for VR chat. So if you are not familiar with my work, we do gaming on Wednesdays, which are kind of our hyperactive days, but our Tuesdays and Thursdays are art days. So Tuesdays we do drawing, and Thursdays we do 3D modeling. And so we've already actually done all of the 3D modeling on this character so far. We are in the programming stages, and we are going to finish up the last of the things on our list here, which I should go ahead and have that marked on the stream, but I, for some reason, just haven't really thought to do that. But let's go over our to-do list really quick here. So, player to-dos. Number 1, we have fix the light source on all of the particle systems so that it is one unanimous light source, not two. We have also reroute said light source for a flashlight. And to follow up that one, make a flashlight. We also have...
bitch!
Hey, bitch! Hello, Tot. Was that really quiet? I apologize, my mixer's got really bunked up lately. So I don't know what's too quiet or too loud for you guys. You'll have to give me some feedback. Here we also have fix the bounding box on Hoppy and Limon. Set our expressions to a toggle. Make a toggle for the beat up texture that we did on Tuesday. And this one's still kind of, I'm on the fence about it, but make a toggle for a missing blue hand, because we do have the missing red hand. I don't think that ever happens in the games, though. I don't think you ever actually lose your blue hand once you have it. Tried pulling a streamer that allowed flirting there last night, but they were 8 years older than me. I'm 18 and they were 26. Ooh, no, stay away from that, Ash. That's a pretty nasty age gap at that age. Once y'all are like in your 30s and 40s, that kind of an age gap doesn't matter as much, but between the 18s and late 20s, that's oof. That's when your frontal lobe is closing. Still shot my shot. You know what? I admire that confidence. Also, hello, Ninji. How do I say bless you in Japanese? Alright, well, let's take a look-see at what we've got going on here. I know right away, let's go ahead and turn our gizmos off because they're kind of taking everything up right now. So we've got some stuff we need to import over here, and apologies for the little GIF in the corner. I'll be saying this several times, but that is to cover up the hierarchy of my window explorer or whatever. It's got all the files and stuff in it for all the different projects and whatnot that I've worked on, and because this is my dump file, like this is my testing grounds for all of this, it's not my final version. How do you do that? What, put a GIF on top of it? It's just a GIF. I'm in OBS, baby. Oh, hide the gizmos. Oh, that's up here. That's just this little button. And you can tell it which ones you would like to have on or off, too. Unfortunately, that doesn't get captured but there is a drop-down window if you click that arrow, and it has a bunch of different... I'm so sorry, Tot.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Thank you, Kolar. If you guys don't know, Kolar and Kevin are live right now. They are playing Ball X Pit, which is a game I have no clue what it is. Looks like a lot of fun, though. They're over there being goobers. I recently had 18 and 19-year-olds hitting on me virtually. Like, I'm literally old enough to be your parent. What the fuck? She was Australian, too. Australians are hot. Not to be weird, but it's true. I feel like Has-Been Hotel has kind of sparked a big boost in attractiveness to the Australian accent. Redeem seemed new, so I had to try it out. It's not. It's been here since I've been here. But hey, thanks for giving it a shot. Got so tired of looking at Unity yesterday, I believe it. All right, so we're going to go ahead and import in our new texture that we made. Let me grab a file explorer over here so that we can do that.
Bet I can smash that.
Huggy when he sees the player. Here we are. All right, where is our grody new texture that we made? I made 2 versions, actually, and I would love to get some opinions of this. So let me drag these over into our files. And we can actually update our other textures since we filled out the new ones so that they have no transparency anymore. Quite proud of the lot of icons, though. You did an amazing job on those icons, Tot. Like, they were beautiful. And hello, D. Cruz. I hope that you are having an amazing day. And if not, I hope it gets better. All right, not only do we have the new textures, but we also have some icons for the menus. So we're going to go ahead and drag those in as well. I got to find the right folder for it because this one's kind of a hot mess. All right, we have our new dirt texture. And did we put hoppy and limon in here yet? Probably not. No. So there's hoppy and limon. Having a good day. That's good to hear. All right. Plug our limon texture here and our hoppy here. And then we also have to make a new toggle for our grody. Should we keep that on the main menu, or should we just have a side menu for props? Because I feel like we're starting to get to a point where we might need to do a sub-menu. Hello, Silverwing. Yeah, let's go ahead and make a new toggle, or a new menu. We're just going to delete the hand controls off of this one, and this will be our prop menu. And we will make a new menu entirely. So we're going to right click in our little work area down there. We are going to go to Create, VR Chat, Avatars, Expressions menu. And it pops a new one right down behind Popple's big ass head. Heckin' love making menus with menus within menus. Oh yeah. A lot of plug and play. Now, the problem with this is this menu doesn't have icons now. So, do we recycle a different icon? I think we do. We'll just use this one for the grab pack. And for our props and other... We could use Hoppy. Absolutely decimated Lucy's base menus. There were no survivors. Also, let me know if the dinosaurs are proving to be a problem if you guys are interested in seeing the actual files and stuff down here. I kind of figured it's a boring thing to look at. But if you are interested and want to see those things, especially if we're doing any kind of animations, since that's going to be in the same area, just say so and I'll turn them off or I'll find a new location for them. I think for the props/other, we'll just use the sticker face. And we can go take a look at that right now. We're going to go ahead and delete GoGo off of the avatar for the time being. Enter play mode. My head's going to be in the way just a little bit. Just a lot of it. Hold on. Peace out. Here we are. Now we can see our menu, and I did actually forget to plug that in correctly, so let me do that. Come here, buddy. You need this one as your main menu. Let's try that again. There we go. So we've got our grab pack icon here and our props and other down here. So grab pack will go immediately into all of our grab pack icons. We also have our different hand options, which we are going to have to overhaul if we decide to do the blue hand toggle. But I have a suspicion, or a strong suspicion, that with this new chapter, I'm going to have to make a secondary menu for the red hand anyway. So we might put that on hold. And then on top of that, we have our props menu. We have
Limon?
Limon. Actually, is the audio playing for that?
Limon?
It is. Okay. We've got Hoppy. Got our stickers, our googly eyes. We don't have our damaged yet. Hey, a cat! New chapter comes out on Wednesday next week, the 18th. If you're curious to know what it has in store, they finally released a playthrough teaser trailer yesterday. That is available on Mob Entertainment's YouTube. Actually, it's also available in the general chat of our Discord because I was very excited about it. Sorry I couldn't stay longer yesterday, but I hope you had so much fun with Pop. Oh, we did. We had so much fun, and it's only going to get more fun. So, Kat, when we first started playing, that new update had come out to include the new chapter in their boot up menu. But it also released some new oh.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits. Another stream, another front-facing baby chick emoji.
Thank you, Katsu. But yes, they tried to update the previous chapters by changing the UI and the menus in all of them, which we noticed in chapter 1 when they did the update to include all of the new achievements. But immediately after we played through chapter 1, they did a rollback. And they took it back to previous versions of the games because something about that update broke things. So we were able to get a handful of achievements before they removed the feature entirely, and things only continued to descend into madness from there. It was beautiful. All right, let's get out of play mode here. We need to start setting up some of our other stuff. So let's go ahead and fix our old materials. Let me put my face back on the screen. So when you look at these materials, you can see they have a bunch of black on them. And that's because our old textures here, if you are able to see down here, all that black area is just no pixels. There's nothing, there's no data there. And because of that, our character, which normally looks fine, would be able to have these seams shown. So like at the back of the leg here, it's actually cut down the back so that we can lay that out flat and paint on it and make it look like this. But Unity and other games don't really like it when there's transparency, so we had to go in and fill that gap out and color everything in and line it all up so that there was no more transparency. But now we have to go into our materials themselves and swap out the old textures. Thankfully, we don't have to do any re-recording of anything to do that. We just grab and drop. We're also going to duplicate one of these body textures. Or not? Why did you not duplicate? Here we go. We're going to name this one Body Damage, because we want to apply our new damage to it. And I'm a little torn. I don't know which one. Ooh, hello? I don't know which texture I would like to go with. Because we have two versions. We have the regular damaged one, and then I made a desaturated damaged one. Oh, Kat, don't worry. I don't think there's any way in hell that Chapter 5 could disappoint me. From the trailer alone, I've already been given everything I asked for. It's only going to go up from here, even if it's an absolute train wreck. Sent something horribly cursed in show and tell. Oh god, we just started. How can you guys be doing this to me?
Hey, bitch!
Oh my god, foe. And hello, Q. I was hoping we would get to see you. All right, I'm going to make a duplicate of this so that we can have two different versions of this damaged texture. So we have, this is the desaturated one. It's going to look different in every world that we're in. Definitely looks a lot more black than it did in Blender. And then we have this, wait a minute. Ah, here's our more saturated version. And again, compared to our regular body. I don't know, I kind of like the saturated one, but I need to go back and fix it, actually. I realized that there's a spot here I overlooked. What do you guys think? Who took a bite out of his armpit? Not his armpit. It's his back. It's one of the only angled areas somebody could get their teeth into. Also, someone did bite his foot. I think I'll have to wait and see it in different worlds to decide on which one. But I know that this one at least has the full texture to it, because it's got the ball joint texture. The other one, if you look in the ball joints here, I actually have to go back and add that, because I guess it didn't get pulled over. Why is your armpit so low on your rib cage, Tot? Don't judge the Wuggies. You don't know what they're into. Built different. I guess it would be important to decide on this before we bother to make the toggle. I do like the colors on the more saturated one, so real quick, let me open up Psy. I have to fix our Psy window, actually, because that got moved way down here. Okay. I'm just going to open up the other file as well. Okay, cool. I can just copy the grunge directly from one onto the other. Yep, and the only real difference seems to be the saturation and that one ball joint. So we'll save over it. Taking its time to save, that's for sure. There we are. Close out of Psi. Go back over here into Unity. We're going to drag and drop that same file. Just going to get rid of these other two, actually. Don't need them anymore. Gotta set our colors to white on every single one of these, because apparently I forgot to do that. I will also say that the hand textures are all temporary still, because we don't actually need the blue hand on any of them, with the exception of just the regular blue hand. So I'm actually saving those as placeholders for the time being for when we get to add more props, like from the new chapter. All right, I think that was all of them. Now, we have a couple of choices for what we can do next. We can go ahead and make the toggle for when he gets beat up. And we can work on setting the expressions to a toggle. But before we do any toggles, I feel like we should probably go ahead and fix some of these other issues, since all of that's going to be recording of animations. And that means we're going to have to do a little bit of a detour. So here's the thing. I never intended on adding a flashlight to this. But Chapter 4 did add a flashlight to the grab pack. And it's just a tiny itty-bitty little laser pointer. And I think that we could maybe pull that off in Blender without having to make any new UVs. We can just recycle the UVs that we have, and it won't be that big of a deal. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and minimize this. We're going to go back to Blender. Blender scares me. It's a valid response to Blender. Actually, let me scooch myself and Popple over a bit more. I don't think we need as much of us in the way here. It's a little better. Right, open recent, go back to Lemon, which is our last file. Oh, we saved that posed. Interesting. Guess that's because we were doing a lot more painting and whatnot. So clear that pose, please. All right, now we want to try and add a little flashlight to the side, the inner edge side of this arm. And we want to do it in a way that means we don't have to make any new UVs. What I'd like to do is just copy our UVs from an area that's already going to look like it kind of matches what's going on. And we're going to have to do that for yellow, red, and blue. But thankfully, we've got a lot of strips in here we can work with. So let's get right into it. I'm going to go ahead and pull up an image as well of our flashlight, because it is not a very detailed flashlight.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Silverwing. And hello, Rosie. Are you excited for your Valentine's Day stuff? Very interesting that the wiki doesn't even mention the mechanic of the flashlight added in Chapter 4. So, looks like I'm going to have to dig a little bit. Fuck it. I'm just going to use this image from Google, since apparently this is not going to be an easy thing to find. like to be, but I'm still having that thing that was hurting me yesterday. Oh. Tried to sleep, but woke up off and on all morning because of it, so I'm trying to feel like I rested, but didn't really sleep. Oh, big hugs, Rosie. I'm sorry about that. It's never fun to go through. I hope that you feel better throughout the day. All right, well, this is the piece that we are making. It is literally just a tube, so we're probably not even going to need this. What I'm going to do, though, is wondering if I could pull off. Because we could make an inset here. But if we do that, that creates a bit of a problem for our UVs. So maybe instead of having a little spot that it comes out of like that, we just have it pop out, clip right through the arm. No, let's start by taking one of our loops. We definitely don't need it to be this many, so we will cut that down in half. Hold on. Love you too, Rosie. Posture check. Thank you, cat. I'm gonna definitely take some liberties on this. All right. Got our little guy. Hmm. The thing I'm really concerned with is it really doesn't want to line up. Hello, Pyro? It is so good to see you. See, if we do it at an angle, my biggest concern is that it just won't shine forward. You know, because they're very Mega Man coded. Yes. Okay, but no, because technically, there already is a flashlight on the player. I'm just relocating it. It's currently located inside of the finger, which arguably is a better place for it. You would think, Pyro, but alas, the flashlight is actually on the wrist of the grab pack. But that is why I say that they are very Mega Man coded. Your instinct when you're wearing the avatar is to point your hand in the direction that you want the hand to go, but you have to use your whole wrist. You have to use your whole forearm. It's a bit of a learning curve, but once you get used to it, it's fairly easy. Hello, Kirk. I'm doing good. I've got a bit of a headache today, but other than that, doing spectacular. I hope you're doing good too.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
You hear about the guy putting together a Luffy model kit. Turns out he was missing a single part to complete it. Guess you could say that he was missing one piece. Okay, I guess. My stream crashed like 3 times today, and it did yesterday within an hour, so I got frustrated and called it early like yesterday. That is completely fair, Kirk. I'm not gonna lie, streams have been rough lately. Mine crashed quite a few times yesterday as well. Like, literally as soon as we went live, it crashed. And our alerts were all completely broken pretty much all day yesterday. So it's not just you. I think that there's something going on kind of all around right now. But that is still very frustrating. I'm very sorry that it kept you from being able to do the stream that you had planned. But I do want to assure that it's not something that you're doing wrong. I'm almost positive of that. I'm really undecided on that placement. Let me check a picture real quick and see how we tend to point our arms when we're wearing the avatar. A good friend that Spino knows kept me company. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. Hold on, I feel like maybe I need to figure out where our hand actually sits. I think that might actually be the top of the hand. That is not the part that we're going to want that to be. Okay, yeah, no, that's definitely not the right placement. So the hand rotates quite a bit, actually. I mean, the wrist rotates quite a bit. So it's actually... Hmm. This is going to be such a disorienting flashlight. Well, I suppose we can lay out the UVs somewhere on our map over here. Well, ads are going to play in about a minute. Wait.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 10 bits. It's been a while since we last talked about them. There hasn't been anything from Wicked Makers since Bonnie was built. And yet that was their most requested character? I think they are running out of ideas.
That's a good point, Pyro. I think you are definitely onto something with that. Though truth be told, I think they are kind of running their course at this point. Ah, Cyrex, thank you so much for the sub. Also very good to see you. I don't know why the alert didn't pop up for that. But how have you been? I always look forward to any updates that we can get from you. Okay, let's shrink all this down a substantial amount, because goodness knows, does not need to be very big. And we need to start mapping these to other locations. So we are going to find some UVs that are already definitely here. And we are going to just overlap them to what's currently being used. So this does create a problem where if somebody wants
Did you
to
remember
recolor
to
it...
save
Wait.
all of your files?
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Hello, Sneak. Thank you for the love bomb. Ads are over. I am here now. Thank you, baby. I learned so much about t-shirts, pools, and cars that chase squirrels on dirt bikes. Wait, cars that chase squirrels? You lost me there for a second. Sounds like you've been on quite the adventure. Apparently they had a family in an SUV that chased a squirrel, which was a suitor racer, ahead of them. Love them car commercials. Never know what they're going to be. Actually, speaking of commercials, I didn't watch the Super Bowl, so I have no clue what kind of good commercials there were for that. Were there any that I should look up? Never know what they're going to be. I was shocked working. Let's get these blue guys over here now. Oh, crud. That might be a problem, actually. Let's look at the stickers version of this instead. That way I'm not placing it where any weird stickers are going to be. Wait.
Pyrus Pino just cheered 10 bits. I am just glad the Seahawks won. When I heard the Patriots were going as well, I thought of all the times Tom Brady got them there. Did you hear that Tom had named his Super Bowl rings? He calls them the Brady Bunch. Get it?
Pyro, are you sure you're a Spino and not a clown?
Pyrus Pino just cheered 10 bits. Thankfully though, the Patriots lost the game 29-13. I guess for the Patriots, it was their not so Super Bowl. Get it?
I like the way she says patriots. Trickiest part is just finding a good spot that doesn't have this big bright seam in it. Or a sticker. Sticker kind of makes that harder. Kind of feels like what I'm doing right now is illegal compared to the shit that I normally do with these avatars. Because I normally would never do something like this. I hate having my seams or my UVs overlap. But since this is such a tiny piece, I really don't feel like it warrants making another entirely new UV set. I think we'll just use part of your ball joint for this one. Go back to our grunge texture. We want these to be a little darker. It's a little more grody than I think I'd prefer. That one gets really dark. There's got to be a better place we can put that. Pretty sure those are the bottoms of the feet, so I don't really want to put it there. Okay. And last but not least, we're just gonna pop this guy. Where's our lightest point? On the fucking forehead? Hmm. We could just have it be black. Wouldn't make sense for when the light is on, but... I think I am going to do one more cutout, though. Ugh, I really don't like those seams, but... Okay, we're looking better. Okay, how does that look with the normal texture? Relatively normal. With the exception of our blocks. Those do not look normal. Because we need them to be darker. Go back to our grody texture to make sure that looks good. Good enough. Go back to our sticker texture. Okay, and we still pass, so I'm going to say that's good. That one edge is a little brighter than I think I would like. Is you. Okay. Hmm. Fuck it. It looks good enough. I'm not going to worry about it. I am going to worry about the placement, though, because that is not where that's going to go. So right away, let's go grab our lower right arm. My brother in Christ, why does that part of your leg? It shouldn't be. Why is this part of your chest? And your shoulder. You don't need to be part of any of those. All right, that should be entirely in the arm now. We're going to go open up our armature. Go into pose mode. We want to go into our typical standing arms at our side pose. Because this is about how it will look for us as a player. And actually, having it above isn't a bad idea, except for when the hands are in their L shape. So I guess we want it to be aligned right above Candy Cat's head, maybe? Okay, not too bad. Tilted up a little bit more than I think it needs to be. You know what? Hold on. Let's fix that. We're going to do pose mode. Remove the symmetry of the pose. Put you back down so we can see where you're at. Okay, yeah, we just need to rotate it a little more so it's not pointing up as much. Okay, and then a little bit more towards the palm. I think maybe a little bit closer to that ear, maybe? Sorry for all the flip-flopping. Kind of necessary with all of this.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 5 bits, frag. They just dropped the trailer for Silent Hill Townfall. It looks like it has some promise. Especially being the first FPS Silent Hill perspective, and the first black protagonist.
Oh shit. Didn't they just have a Silent Hill game come out, though? How are they teasing a trailer for another one already? Teased Townfall with F and 2 remake at the same time with other projects during the first transmission for the revival. We knew nothing about Townfall until now. Huh. That's really awesome then. I hope that it is every bit as promising as you guys are looking forward to. Because I know with Silent Hill F, that one was kind of a disappointment for a lot of people. A lot of people said that one didn't even feel like a Silent Hill game. All right, let's make a new shape key. I'll put this above our MMDs. So now we should be able to just activate that and deactivate it. Yep. Flashlight goes in. Flashlight comes out. Now, I hate that it clips, but I'd have to put a whole new hole there for it to come out. And I don't think the player needs a new hole. Semi-recently, they teased a Silent Hill 1 remake, and will be done by Bloober Team, after doing an excellent job with the 2 remake. That's really cool. It's been really neat seeing so many new remakes of older things coming out. Oh, I have one thing to add to our list. Hold on. And we can check off make a flashlight, because that part is done. All right, now what we can do here, we're going to get him back into his regular pose. I'm going to go back over to you, and we have all of these off by default. So we'll have to just do that once we export this and put this back in Unity. So let's export. I'm going to save it over our other one. We are going to go back to Unity. We are going to open up the part of our files that has our current FBX for this model specifically, which would be our player new hands model. We're going to show in Explorer. So we want to open essentially this file browser, but in an Explorer window. And we are going to drag and drop the FBX that we just saved on top of the one that is in this project already. And since we didn't do anything to mess with the bones, it should be fine. It should automatically just update the FBX. We are going to replace that file. So we go back to Unity and bada bing, bada boom. Oh dear. Okay. So here is something very interesting. Our flashlight is inverted. So is there anyone in chat who would like to volunteer to say what possibly went wrong here? What caused this? This is a little pop quiz for you. Teaser gave nothing really except for text on a gray foggy background, not saying what for exactly, but it had the Silent Hill 1 opening theme playing. Huh. Coding error? That is a good guess. But that is not what the issue is. I will tell you, the issue is not from Unity. It is a step that we actually forgot to do over in Blender. But the reason that I'm pointing this out is because this is actually something that tripped me up really bad when I first learned how to model. So see how it kind of looks like the flashlight's actually facing the opposite direction as the arm? Especially when we rotate it. It's almost like the flashlight's turning to look at us. And then look away from us. That is an optical illusion that is being produced by this right now. Now, the cool thing about this is that this is a little trick that you can actually utilize on purpose. And one of my first avatars I ever made did this on purpose. It really is a neat little illusion. But the problem that occurred here is that we are actually, again, looking at the inverted version of this. We are looking at all of the faces of the flashlight, but they're inside out. So it looks like an optical illusion of the flashlight's turning to look at us, but really we are looking at the inside of the flashlight. We can't actually see the outside of it because it's all turned inside out. And that's what makes it create this illusion. But you see, when we actually look at the front of it, we are looking down the barrel of it right now, but we can't see that lens because the lens is actually facing the player, not us. And here's how I can confirm that. So we're going to go back to Blender. Okay. And what I forgot to do is something, because I started with a mesh that I copied from the rest of the wrist. And this is something I do a lot because it usually will save me anytime on weight painting, because it's already got the same weights as that part that I'm connecting it to. It's a great thing to do with clothing, actually. So if I wanted to make an outfit for the player, I would just copy the body and start building off of the body mesh that's already there, because it's already got the loops designed for the movement. It's already got the weight painting all filled out. But in doing so, I forgot one crucial detail, which is I did not check our face orientation. And I guarantee you, if we turn this on, it's going to have all the avatar one color and our flashlight a different color. So let's find out. Look at that. So everything that's blue means that it is right side out. So the surface that we are looking at is facing us, the viewer. But this red here, this is actually the inside. We accidentally inverted the polygons when we copied it. So if you look on the inside of the player, everything else will turn red. That's how we can tell which way the polygons are facing. Those are considered our normals. So if anything ever looks like it's been turned inside out, the first thing that you should always check are your normals. And to fix it, all we have to do, we highlight all of the inverted ones. We hit Alt-N, N for normal, and flip. Or you can recalculate the outside. Sometimes that'll do it too, but if it's kind of patchy and they're all over and you're not really sure which ones are flipped and which ones aren't, or there's just a lot of variation, the recalculate outside is probably your better option. But since this is all just one solid inverted piece, we're just going to flip it. Bada bing, bada boom. So now we can save it again, export it again. We're going to repeat that whole process. We're going to go back over to Unity. We're going to copy our file into the same file browser with our old one. We're going to replace the file. It's going to do a quick little buffer. And then there we go. There's our flashlight facing the right direction now. So a little issue like that happened on my very first model I ever made. It happened on the fingers. Because when you are sculpting fingers, a little cheat sheet is that you can sculpt one finger and then just copy and paste it on all the other fingers. But if you sculpted that one finger and it happened to be inside out and you didn't check, now all 4 of your fingers are going to be inside out. And that's exactly what happened to me. and I stitched it back together onto the hand, uploaded it into Unity, and I could not for the life of me figure out why my fingers looked so weird on my model. I didn't know how to Google fingers inverted on model, what do? Now, one thing I really don't want to have to do is make an emissions map for the flashlight. And since we're probably never going to be looking at it directly, I'm not really going to worry about it. If people complain, I can do that. But I'm not going to worry about it. It's just another entirely unneeded texture. So before we do anything else, though, we will need to do recordings for that specifically. And we are not quite ready for that. We want to get back to where we were. So let's check our to-do list again. We have made our flashlight. We've got some toggles to make. Let's fix our bounding box on Limon. We're just going to have him update when off screen. Actually, no. Let's edit his bounds. Because he's a tiny little guy. So what we're going to do is we're going to copy our bounds for this one. We're going to go to Limon. Gonna... Oop. I don't think this might mess things up. That messed things up. Okay, so instead of that, we're just going to copy these numbers one by one over into Limon's bounds. These are not updating properly. Limon, why you gotta be a problem? Oh, never mind. It's because you're already updating off screen. Makes them a little heavier, but oh well. And we do want to make sure that Hoppy is also set up to activate when off screen. She's a bit further down the line here. Oh wait, she's on the left hand. Never mind. Huh. Yes, update when off screen as well. Okay, we can check that one off. Okay. Now we're going to get into the part that I don't like. Because we have to fix our light sources. And that scares me. I think what we're going to do is I might have to mute the Discord because the little badoops are starting to draw my attention away. I do apologize, y'all. But this is the part that's going to start taking a lot of focus. Because you see, we have to remove the light from both of our particle systems. And we need to make a new light that is going to simply be a part of the avatar but never actually activate. And then we have to reroute that light into...
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Q. I do apologize if I'm not going to be as responsive to you while I'm doing this part, because like I just said, this is one that's going to require a lot of focus. There's a very real chance that I'm going to break everything that I've worked for. And I really don't want to do that, because I've had to rebuild this avatar from the ground up many times. So let's go ahead and duplicate what we've currently got. Okay, and this is going to be our backup. Now, we want both of our particle systems. And I'm thinking what we'll do is we will simply have our light mounted on the right hand? No. Good point. Saving is very important. All right, so I'm thinking we can put the light on our lower arm as an empty. And hopefully it won't need to be active to be a part of these particles and emitters in the systems themselves. Hopefully it can just take it from wherever on the avatar and utilize that. So we are going to make an empty light source. We are going to put this light source directly onto our lower arm bone. Now, the big problem for this is we need to take the lights out of our previous systems and then find a way to use this light for 3 different systems. Currently, we have a blue one and a yellow one. And let's copy this component, the white one. Now, the big problem that we have here is these 2 different systems use 2 different lights. The blue light is half of the intensity of the yellow light, and we're gonna
Did
have
you
to.
remember to save all of your files?
Thank you again for the reminder to save. We did just do that. So the hard part here is that the system that we want to use is going to, first off, we need to turn that off. It doesn't need to be active right now. Wait a minute. What do you mean you don't have lights? You should definitely have lights. Okay. I think we can get away with this, but we're going to have to edit the green hand because its particles. Do I even want to do this? I'm going to be honest, I kind of don't. It would be easier, I think, to just keep the two lights and incorporate one of them into the flashlight. Oh, that's bright. That is. Oh dear. Hey, so guess what? I've decided we're not gonna do a flashlight after all. Nah. I'm gonna chalk this one up to I need to practice lights a little bit more. Because A, I want to make sure it's as optimized as possible. I don't know enough about the differences between all of the different types of lighting. All I know is that real-time lights will destroy everything they touch. So we don't want anything to do with those. And currently we are using baked lighting. But in order to have this be a directional light, that's a different type of light than what we're currently using on both of these particle systems. So I don't want to fuck with that. I'm afraid that we're going to just break everything. And right now I really like the way that these two systems work. So I will prioritize having no flashlight in favor of having the two systems we currently have. So we're just going to go back into Blender and delete the flashlight that we just made, save a new project. We will keep the flashlight as a part of it. But we are going to revert back to the previous model. Okay, so flashlight removed. Sag. But definitely worthwhile to make that sacrifice for now. I'd rather do that than overload the avatar and make it chunky and awful and non-functional. I think this is the exact same thing Mob did and why we didn't get an actual flashlight until chapter 4. Trying to figure out how the fuck to do a flashlight for 3 chapters, doing a test one in one section of chapter 3, and then they realized it worked. They managed to make it toggleable for chapter 4. So, I mean, a flashlight's not something that should be difficult to make for someone who has made games before. Like, if you've made a game, you should have a firm understanding of how lighting works. Because the same light systems that go into a flashlight are what's used to make the atmosphere and the environment as a whole. It's a good theory, but unfortunately I don't think that has anything to do with why. See, my whole thing is I'm trying to learn how to make just a simple avatar, not an entire world with a character that is designed to navigate through it. I can't do anything about the way that the worlds of VR chat operate. So every world has different lighting and different types of lighting. If the world already has real-time lighting, then it could interact differently with whatever I set up for this. So I'm just trying to anticipate a lot in advance. And this is one of those things where it's like, it would be nice if it had it, but it doesn't. So shrug. Also, ads are going to start any minute here. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take those off of the to-do list. Kind of wasted our first hour, but no, that's not fair. We didn't waste it. We learned from it. So that being said, we have one other thing that we need to do outside of Unity. And then everything else that we have to do is just our remaining animation toggles for the new textures. But we still have one texture we have to fix, which is our grungy texture. I'm going to go back over into Psy for that. All right, so what I want to do here is this Playtime sticker is very important to me for the character that this is. And it's the only sticker that stays on them regardless of what texture they have on. But I want to mat it up and muddy it up some for our grody texture. Specifically just like our colors. I want to make it look grungier, like it's been worn off. Shouldn't take much. Ads should be over. I'm actually going to go look up a reference for this. See what some old, worn-out stickers look like. In fact, maybe we can even get like a little bit of a stock tear to use. Damn, I didn't think it would be this hard to find images of shitty stickers. Here's a good one, though. The cursor was a random hair on my screen. I actually got a pretty good look going for it already. Now, what if we... No, I want more of a scratchiness to it. Let's go with the flat bristle. Man, that bristle brush is not great.
Security alert!
Oh, shit.
Security alert!
Woo, 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 woo!
Kevin
Hello,
DNG has
Kevin.
raided the channel with 17 eggs.
Welcome, everyone! How did the end of stream go? I hope that it went better than our first half has gone for us. We're trying to grody up our sticker here for our player. We just spent the first hour or so making a flashlight that we ended up having to nix. It just didn't work out, unfortunately. Don't snort me! A little bald! I am not a drug. Wee! Lies and slander. Watching you is a high. Wee! Wee! You guys are too cute. Wee! I take it back. You're menaces. Wow. bird do I make my harpy? Well, there's a lot of good birds to choose from. Well, first you got to ask yourself, what colors do you like? Because you have the whole rainbow and then some. Big stretch. Thank you, Sir Gillihan. I guess I should do a formal introduction since we did just have a raid. But I'm pretty sure most of you are familiar with who I am by now. But to those of you who are not, welcome. I am FragRaptor, also go by Moss. I am an artist. I do art on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Tuesdays we do drawing, Thursdays we do 3D modeling. Although right now we're kind of doing a little bit of both. Wednesdays we do gaming. Lots of nonsense talk on my end. You sounded very tired today, Kevin. What is going on with my brushes today? And I do apologize, I cannot see the chat right now when I have all these windows open. I will check in just a moment. I feel like I want that to be scratchier. Hmm. Maybe if I just cut a huge chunk out of it too? Let's try that. Let's just go straight in and draw a big chunk out of it. We'll rough up those edges better, but yeah, that looks like it was a frustrating tear. We'll put a little bit of speckled parts around the edge of it as well, just to emphasize that it has been worn. These over it. We'll put some splotches even on top of our cover-up color because I want it to look like there was something there that, you know, clearly got ripped off. That residue that gets left behind. We have a tiny, tiny edge here we got to blend in. Good. All right. I like that. So we've got our grodied up sticker or our grodied up texture. Let's go ahead and save that as a flat again. There we go. All right. Apologies. I can see the chat again now. What happened earlier in your stream? Oh, just trying to work on a flashlight that didn't end up working. I was under the impression that we could recycle the lights from the particle systems, but it turns out that in order to have a light for a flashlight, which is a directional light, you cannot use the same type of light. So it would, instead of optimizing it by having 3 systems on one light, we would have less optimization because we would be adding a 3rd system on a 3rd light. So we just scrapped the whole mechanic. Since the flashlight doesn't show up till Chapter 4 anyway, and to be perfectly honest, it's not a very big part of the gameplay. Let's grab our boyo. We want to go update that texture one more time. So right now, this is what it looks like on the foot without having fixed that sticker. Just kind of feels odd that it's so pristine. And we are going to update our grunge.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you so much, Fubar. All right, so now you can see in real time how we're going to update that. What else changed then? Something, I think the ball joints changed. They did. Weh. Let me fix that real quick. Got some good news. I had ordered thigh highs and they arrive 4 days early. Fuck yeah! Can't go wrong with surprise thigh highs. and they're comfy. A win-win-win. There we go. Yeah, I like that substantially better. Why is Lemon out? Oh, I just forgot to turn him off, I guess. Don't need that backup anymore. Good night, Kolar. It was very good to watch you guys stream earlier. I hope that you have a pleasant evening. Now, we have finally reached a point where, you know what, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say I can start deleting the older stuff in these folders that we don't really need, but I'm not totally sure what we do and don't need just yet. We're almost there, but not entirely. So let's go ahead and record some new animations. I'm looking to also get into bookkeeping and probably will do it from home. That's a wonderful hobby. I always wanted to have a cute little book nook. I don't really do much in the way of reading, but I love looking at art books. Like, I used to stare at any books by, well, they used to go by Neon Peffer. But they were part of the Dragon Art series. Neon Peffer has gone on to do some pretty intense dragon art. Bookkeeping is accountant work. Oh, my bad. Well, hey, if you're into that, more power to you. Numbers are one of my biggest weaknesses. Collect old instruction manuals and textbooks. Dude, some of the old, like really old instruction manuals for especially things like what my grandpa used to do. He worked for NASA. And when he passed away, that was like one of the only things that I was really determined that I really wanted to have was all of the old instruction booklets and whatnot that he had for the computers and the tech at the time. It was very Fallout aesthetic. There's one that I have that was all about learning how to just work with electricity and how electrical currents and stuff worked. And all the way through the manual, they had this little cartoon guy that was very much like the mascot of the Fallout series. I live for stuff like that. One of my prized books is a manual from 1941 from the U.S. Quartermaster Corp on how to use and run machinist tools. Yeah! That's really cool. So we might actually not have to do any other animations. Oh no, we do have to redo quite a bit of this though. Let's go in here and change up our parameters for the stickers because we want that to be an integer now. Actually, we have to do that for Hoppy and Lemon as well. Kind of getting ahead of myself. I just started one thing and picked up another. We need to finish this one first. Okay. We want to make an integer body materials. We want to make an integer body materials. Base texture. Okay. And then we also want our damaged and our stickers animation, which God only knows where that is. Stickers. Boop. 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 No exit time necessary. Body materials equals 2. Body materials not equal 2. Body materials equals 1. Body materials not equal 1. All right, then back to our controller. Or our menu. Body materials equals 1. Body materials equals 2. Okay. Let's test that before we do anything else, because God knows it's going to fight me every step of the way. Go to our props. Stickers, yes. Damaged, yes. Off. Back to off. Works with the googly eyes. Okay.
Limon?
Now, we want to change Limon and Hoppy. Because they are both able to be toggled on at the same time. We do not want that. So, I think we're going to have to combine the Limon off animation with the Hoppy off animation. So let's hop back over to our animator real quick and do that. Hoppy off. I'm just going to copy all of that. Create new clip. Hop and Lim off. Turn the Hoppy off toggle on. Where's our Limon? Oh, Lim off. There we go. Go back to the Hoppy Lim off. Add that one as well. Could you do it with something like an if statement? That is actually kind of what we're doing already. But the problem is it's a very literal program. So if you don't account for everything, it tends to autofill in the gaps. It's kind of like that old bit where they used to tell toddlers, not toddlers, but, you know, kids, write out the instructions to make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. And so then the teacher would get all these instructions from the kids, and they would say things like, all right, take 2 pieces of bread, and they would hold the bread. And then they would have the next step be, put peanut butter on one side. And so then they would put peanut butter deliberately on like the crust instead of the face, because no one specified which side. That's exactly how Unity is. It challenges you every step of the way. But that's okay. So we're going to delete this and this. We're going to delete our Hoppy and Limon bools because we don't need those. We need integers. Go back over to our parameters. Delete them here as well. We are just going to call this left hand props. Another int over here, left hand props. These are all case sensitive. They have to be spelled the same capitalization, same everything. Barely had to code, but I've had to use Linux terminal. Ah, yeah. Programming is like telling an autistic person how to do a thing. 100%. As a fellow autistic, I can agree with that so clearly. Left hand props. Set our weight to 1. Now, we're going to take the new recording that we just made, wherever it ended up being. There we go. Hoppy and Limon off. It has to be literal and very clear. Yep. Hoppy on. Lim on. We set our conditions to left-hand props equals 1. And for when it is off, left-hand props does not equal 1. Lemon will be left-hand props equals 2. And to turn it off will be left-hand is not equal to 2. And then we go back to our prop menu, and we just have to plug that information in here. So Hoppy, you are when the left-hand prop integer equals, what did we say, 1? And then Lemon, you are for when that number is set to 2. So what this does is this prevents one of them from being on at the same time as the other. We basically just set it up so that when information is given to our controller, it's going to say, okay, this right here, this is set to 0. If this gets set to 1, we are going to automatically go over to this animation. And if it is not set to 1, no matter what else it is set to, if it is not 1, it will return to this one. And vice versa. This is set to 2. So if whatever information this receives is a 2, it will activate this. Now when we go back over to our controller, over here, we have told it that when this button gets pushed, it will send a signal and set the value of this specific parameter to 1. So that's what this is right here. This is reading what to do with that information. And Lemon is set to 2, so vice versa. Oh, I know that feeling so well. ADHD is rough. My hobby is hobbies. Now let's go test that and make sure that it works. So we go to our props, we go to Hoppy. Hoppy turns on, turns off without a problem. Lemon turns into Hoppy. Okay, we got to go back and fix that. Actually, you're both active. That is interesting. Well, let's find out why that's happening. I must have set something up wrong. Why is Hoppy turning on? Are you winning? Kind of. For some reason, Hoppy is turning on when she should not. Now, let's remove the animation and see if it will automatically take it back to how it should be. Because sometimes that can fix things. Nope, Hoppy is now on by default. Why, though? And Lemon is not playing his sounds correctly anymore. Oh dear. I was afraid of this. So why is Hoppy not turning off correctly? Oh, hold on. Let's turn that off of looping. That might be part of the problem. Just to be sure, let's also make sure that Lemon looping is off. Hoppy on, looping is off. Let's try that. Okay. Hoppy turns on, Hoppy turns off. Hoppy and Lemon turn on. Why?
Security alert! Security alert!
Woo, 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 woo!
Mango Monochrome has raided the channel with 1 eggs.
Welcome, Mango Monochrome. Thank you so much for the raid. Let's get you a shout out. It is wonderful to have you joining us. You and your raider. Just finished drawing. Heck yeah, what were you drawing? We've just been doing some programming here in Unity. We are working on our player avatar from Poppy Playtime. Trying to get some of our toggles to work out, and they are fighting us. I definitely did a little bit of an oopsie earlier. I shouldn't have deleted the toggles that we had. Drawing myself insert. Ooh, for what franchise? Or fandom, I should say. Five Nights at Freddy's. All right. A ferret. Oh, I love that idea. Let me go scope around. Have you posted your art anywhere before? Oh, I see on your banner here. Is that the same character? I see you have a blue sky and a tumbler. Let me go take a look over at those. Ah, oh my gosh, I love your style! Sorry, it took me a minute to load it up. Sorry, I'm snooping through your Tumblr. I would ask for art tax, but unfortunately we don't do any kind of links in here in chat because of all of the spam bots. But everyone who is here with us, please take a moment and go check out this person's art. They have their links in their About section on their profile. And your character is so cute. I don't mean this as a comparison in any way, but it just kind of reminds me a little bit of Indigo Park. It's purely because of it being a ferret and they have that little bandit mask. That is very cool stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and follow you so I can keep up with some of your work. Yeah. Honestly, I feel like Indigo Park would have benefited from a ferret over a raccoon. But they probably went against that because it would have gone a little bit closer to Pop Goes. And that's definitely more FNAF territory. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for it. But no rush, of course. Actually, I've got a couple too many tabs open right now I need to close. There we go. Pop Goes as a weasel and ferrets are in the same family. Yeah. So they were probably trying hard to keep a good, firm, separate line between Indigo Park and FNAF, because they do cross over in a lot of ways. I'm actually very excited for the new chapter to be coming out whenever that may be. Get some focus on Finley, finally. And I love me some sea serpents. All right. Let's figure out what exactly is going wrong with this toggle. So we're going to go back into our animator guy. Over here. Go back and look at our Hoppy On animation. So what exactly is happening here? We have Hoppy's body becomes active, her Fizzbone script becomes active, and the game object. Why are there two different game objects? That's your mesh. That's your Fizzbone script. Oh, that's your armature. Okay. And then for Limon. Yeah, by all means, there's absolutely no reason why Hoppy is turning on from the animation side. Oh, we've got our ads starting in about a minute here. So maybe it's something to do with the way the toggle's set up. What I'll do is completely restart it. We'll delete all of that toggle that we made and start it from scratch. So get rid of you, get rid of you, and get rid of the parameters. We're just going to start it over. So make a new layer. Left hand props. Make it active. Create a new integer. We're going to call it also left hand props. And another parameter over on this side as another integer. Left hand props. All right. Now for our base, we want our animation where all of them are off. Wherever that one may be. Where did that animation go? Ah, there it is. Okay. We want that to go with Hoppy on and Limon. Make a transition, both to and from. To activate it, we want it to go instantly. So there is no animation or delay time. It is just going to poof into existence. And for our parameters, what? New int. What do you mean new int? Hold on. What? Oh, why did it not save that? Left hand props. Weird. Okay. Left hand props equals 1. Left hand props not equals 1. left hand props equals 2. And left hand props not equal 2. And just to verify, we're going to go back up to our left and right hand. No, our body materials. Yeah, we're not having any issues with those, so hopefully that will have fixed it, but just to be sure, we're going to go ahead and add our controls in here. This will be Hoppy, Flush, and this will be set to hand props equals 1. Yes. And then we will do Lemon. And left hand props equals 2. And if it happens again, we gotta figure something else out. Lemon. And Hoppy is on. Okay. Not a fan of that. Left hand props equals 2. So I guess technically so confused. Why does that become active? I shouldn't have to tell it to not have Hoppy active in Lemon's animation. Because that should be our default. Like, that's the whole point of this being an integer. Let me try something a little different. What if I put a different animation here? Hold on. Let's see if we can do something different with that. Or what if I just make sure that Hoppy's turned off on Lemon's animation? Don't really want to do that, but at least it would solve the problem. At least it should. Weird. But it fixed it, so I'll take it. Why are you standing funny? One of your fucking... Oh no, your weights got borked again. Okay. I can fix that. That's not supposed to happen. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and fix our... Crap.
Limón? 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 Limón?
Okay, I've got Limon's voice working again. Alright, now we need to set our expressions to their own parameters that are toggleable. we have another icon I forgot to drag over. Oh, actually, 1 second. Sorry about that. Had to talk with Mom for a second. Where did I not save our expressions? Oh no, I'm in the wrong file. Here we go. Okay, we need to make a new parameter for that.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Thank you for the hydrate, Alucard. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on. Where is he? There he is! I thought he had abandoned us.
土をもげパルコフォルゴレミュ
ージックスタート
Do 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 do. Chee 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 walk by. Boing boing. Chee 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 walk by. Boing boing.
Hey, come on!
Moge 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 moge. Chee chee wo moge. Moge. Thank you so much, Q. We certainly need a blessing from Parcafagore to get through this expression toggle. Three streaking kobolds. Yeah, I don't know why the buffering has been so bad lately. I hope it's not something on my end. Right. Parameters. Bool. Expressions. Bool. Oh no, expressions. As a bool. Hello, friendly. It's okay, even he was running late today. All right, so all we did there was create a switch. We didn't actually have to do any animations for this. This is just telling it that if it is off, do nothing else. But if it is on, which we'll set it to this state, any further information that it receives, it will be able to read. So we're going to redo our left hand information here. So we've got exit time set to 1, even though the exit time is turned off. Our transition duration is 0.1, and our gesture equals 1. That is for our fist. So we're going to have to remember all of that for all of them, but thankfully we were able to copy them in order. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we don't need 8. So we're going to go transition to here and transition back to each and every one of them. And we're going to spread them out a little more, I think. Good night, everyone. I hope you all have a lovely subject time zone here, and have a lovely weekend as you all enjoy the rest of your amazing, or of our amazing Raptors stream. Thank you so much, Q. Get some rest, have a good sleep, and have an even better
Did you
weekend.
remember to save all of your files?
And thank you for the reminder to save. Although, part of me feels like we may have fucked some things up. That's something we'll find out later. At a sudden BRB, hope your head's feeling a bit better. It is, actually. But I did break down and take some Tylenol earlier. So that's probably what's helping the most. All right. Now, we do want to copy as much as we can from these. Fist one? Yes. And then our leaving condition is same as before, not equal. Exit time is 0. All right, gesture left equals 1. Gesture left not equals 1. Gesture left equals 2. Gesture left not equals 2.
Hey, what's
Hey,
up?
what's up? Hello, Ink Bleeder. This week has been long. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that the weekend is nice and long to make up for it as well. Valentine's Day is right around the corner. Anyone got any fun plans? All right, let's go back and compare. Now, what we should be able to do now is delete all of our animations out of the original hand animator. Because they should already be here in our... Yes. Okay, now to test this, we should be able to go to our toggles, our expressions, and we want it to be set on by default. And let's go take a look at that and see what we got going on. So right now, yep, we got our expressions. Expressions are on by default. We turn them off. Hell yes. Turn them back on. We immediately start doing the expressions again. Whee! Places out a platter filled with slices of Wisconsin tailgater pizza? I don't know what that is. Pizza does sound good, though. I'll be having pizza for dinner myself tonight.
Limon?
Seems like it's taking a little bit of a second here to transition between expressions. I don't know if it's always been like that, or I should check here. called tailgater because of football. Sausage pizza with cheese curds. Oh, okay. That does sound good. Sort of a com/favor to ask, but I have a friend of mine who bought a hair asset. However, for whatever reason, it was only an FBX file, no bones or anything. How much would I need to toss at you to rig it? Boy, howdy. I've had to do that several times now, and I hate it every time. I don't know about that one. I guess I'd have to see what it looks like, and just how much movement we're talking about here. Yeah, unfortunately, there's just too many variables for me to say right off the bat, because I've done this for friends before, and unfortunately I have run into the situation where it could just be as simple as needing a single bone and some very gentle weight painting, to a scenario where it's straight up anime hair, and I've got to do 1,000 fucking bones with no roots, nothing's optimized, everything has been subdivided to hell and back, and it's just a nightmare. I would definitely message the person that they downloaded it from, though. Because if they bought the asset, and it was described as being an asset that's, you know, ready to go, and all you got was an FBX with no bones, something's fucked up with the file. Like, it should be coming with the materials, the textures, the everything. The bones, Fizbone scripts. Like, that should be a Unity package. Love fries, cheese curds, and brown sauce called poutine together. Poutine is very good. Never heard the term tailgate. No, I've heard the term tailgate. In fact, there's a Transformer that I like called Tailgate. But I'm so focused right now on Unity Brain that the rest of my brain tends to shut down, which is why I'm a little bit more aloof during these streams. I read Tailgater, and all my brain could think of was gator, like alligator. And I couldn't figure out what the fuck kind of pizza Tailgater pizza was, because my brain wouldn't stop thinking of, yes, it's gator meat. Heard it tastes like chicken. So I had an opportunity to eat gator once, but I was very young and was a little too timid. My sister ate it. She said it tasted exactly like pork chops. All right, what am I doing? We've got our expression toggle. Is that it? Oh, no. Okay, no, there's one thing we still have to do. Well, first off, we have to switch back to Windows mode. I have also not had frog. My sister also has had frog, because again, it was the same situation. She said that frog legs taste like chicken wings. I would like to try both, now that I am old enough to not be yucked out by the mere concept of eating an animal that I think is cool. Oh god, I gotta stop yawning. Alright. Got our shit converted. Tastes like swampy chicken. I have a place not far from me that serves frog legs and fried pickles as their main dishes. I'd try it. It's a similar texture, but it depends on how you fix them for taste, since they do have a taste similar, but also a taste similar to tuna, at least the ones that I had. Huh. Ooh, that might yuck me. Not because I dislike tuna, but if meat that isn't supposed to be fishy has even the slightest hint of fishiness, my brain will register, that's rotten. No eat. So I might have to fight against that. I'd still try it though. Alright, looks like everything is pretty good on this inspector. Let's go into our gesture manager one more time. Check every single one of our toggles. I kind of want to reverse these. Grab pack looks good. Omni hand, we still should probably update the icon for that one. Kind of want to reverse those too. Alright, hold on. Main menu. Swap these two. Props. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, props, grab pack. Switch out. We need to reverse these. I've eaten horse. Gator meat tastes like rubbery chicken. They are water creatures, so it makes sense. Absolutely. It was dried and shredded and served on pizza, but the flavor was like a mix of beef jerky and... oh, with the fishiness of canned tuna. For horse? Why is horse fishy? It's like it's taking an extra half second to trade between emotes. I think it was just the drying method that gave it the fishiness. It's fishy so you can tell you're eating horse. Like when it's served at Taco Bell. Why does my taco taste fishy? It's Tawny. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, hello again, Rosie. I want it to trade a little faster. I'm not really loving that. I'm going to set all of these to 0. It shouldn't be making a difference, but I'm going to do it anyway. Maybe that'll fix it. I've come to say I love you. I love you too. Been having a good time today, sweetie? Sort of. I had to scrap the flashlight, unfortunately. But that's okay. I kind of wish that they wouldn't go back into the head when they transitioned to each other. Like, I kind of want them to go just from one to another. But that could cause some problems. What if we turn off fixed duration? Not quite. I think this could be what I want, but it could also be entirely not what I want. Only way to find out is to fuck around. I can definitely tell that I'm slowing down at this point. That lack of sleep is finally catching up to me. He's probably tired of snorting so much. His nostrils hurt. Lack of sleep? Need that goddammit Kevin redeem in here. I do want to add some new redeems, but I just haven't had the time. You know what I would love to try, though? Fried tarantula. I've heard that it's not that different from soft-shelled crab. Ooh! Oh, okay, that sounds fucking delicious. I believe that, too. Crabs are literally just sea spiders. I've always wanted to try fried grasshoppers, too. I have eaten crickets before. And crickets are just kind of dry. They taste like stale popcorn. I've wanted to try mealworms. I'm going to try switching through these to next state and see if that'll interrupt. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's one of these options, but I'm just too dead-brained at this point. And honestly, all I'm doing right now is procrastinating on going back into the Blender file and doing the weight painting cleanup again, because that apparently got reversed at some point, and I really don't want to do it again. Aha! There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. There we go. Now, so we're transitioning between all of the different emotes together at the same time instead of going back into the head now. That's exactly what I wanted. So we're going to save again. And now the inevitable. What do you mean broken text? What do you mean? I'm not going to worry about that. I always wanted to try one of those lollipops with the bugs in it. No, you don't, because they make the shittiest lollipops for those. I have had them. I've had the scorpion ones. They taste terrible because they just use garbo materials for the fucking lollipop. It's not even like sugar. It's like that isomalt crap. Fried grubs sound good. I don't know. If I could get myself past the mentality that it's a grub, probably. I mean, it's hard to fuck up anything fried. I know shrimps is bugs, but would a grub solidify like a shrimp? Or would it just pop? Because if it'll solidify, I'm on board. But if it pops, that's the problem. I can't do a pop. Might be both. All right. So we got to go back here and do this awful thing where we got to go through every single one of our vertex groups and figure out what's connected to what the wrong way, which we noticed earlier was a problem. So, yippee! There's the problem. Cockroach pops. Shrimps are like bug, but their insides are different enough. Need a different method of cooking. What even happens to cause this? Because this happens on every avatar I do. I always think it's the weirdest thing on earth. How odd. How odd again. Love the midnight. Need to see if they're going to have a concert by me this year. I hope that they do. Woof. Okay. Well, ads are going to play in about a minute. Um, that's upsetting. All right, we gotta undo all of this. I fucked something up. Okay. I'm really not a fan of what's going on right now. I don't know what's causing this. Yeah, when did that start? What the hell? It did not do this before. Lower arm. Why is the lower arm? Is that you? Are you the one doing all of that? Hmm. Bobies. I love you, buddy, but you're gonna have to sit on your cat tree, not my lap. Wait a minute. Where are all of your sharps? The fuck? Cool. What the hell happened? Or what the fuck is going on? Boko, honey. Yeah, alright, that's not right. Mm. This is so aggravating, because we're so close to done. But I've had to go back and fix this like 4 times now, and I don't know why it keeps happening. Save this as a copy. 22 fucked weights. Try and go back to a previous version that didn't have fucked weights. Nope, your weights got fucked. You have the flashlight. So we have to go back pre-Limon Why are you over there? All right, can we see your weights? Still fucked. When did this happen? Go back even further. Go back to the original re-rig. And I'm floored. I guess we'll go back to what we were working on. Snorted Comic Sans and got stuck in 2005 memes hell. I feel like I'm living a personal hell right now myself. So I guess we gotta figure out how the hell to fix this. Let's get rid of you entirely. Is it because you're connected to the chest at 100%? Seems like it. I am stuck in the Blender dimension. Here's what I think we're gonna try. We're gonna set the weights to 530 on the shoulder. Immediately regret that decision. We're gonna undo it. Why did this decide to start happening now? Like, I didn't see this at all the entire way through this. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to manually do all this. Yay, my favorite. Hello, Bronx. Why, though? I guess that's just because of the bone separation. It's not the end of the world, but it is pretty ugly. Excuse me, why are you doing anything at all to the shoulder up there? Could you not? What? Yeah, please stop painting in areas that the cursor is not. It's a very simple procedure, I would assume. Still balloon animaling a lot, but I guess it's kind of to be expected since I did want them to be very rubber hosey. Part of me is a little torn about it. Another part of me says, who gives a fuck? I guess now would be the time, if I really wanted to do any correctional weight painting. For that sort of rubber hosey look, but admittedly, I think I like where it's at. So that being said, we have to go through and continue to fix the rest of the weights. Hello again, Ash. It's interesting. Why are you on the opposite arm now? Oh, what a mess. Well, we will simply take everything minus that arm and remove. We are going to focus all of our efforts on the left-hand side. And now that we have all of that, we're going to hide this, and hide these. We're going to go back into our weight painting mode. I'm going to grab this boy, go to our blur, set our strength to 0.001, add another 0 in there actually just to be safe. And we are going to go over our vertex groups that we've got right now, front and back, every angle, whatever you need to do to make sure you hit everything, because this is going to mirror it onto our right-hand side. So we do that with our shoulder. We do that with our chest. You could see it change in real time that time. Now, what that hopefully did was made everything symmetrical. So that now when we pose the arms down, okay, it doesn't look like we're getting that awful scrunching anymore. Why are you still transparent? Don't do that. All right, let's get back to your regular pose. Oh, you know what? How long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours. How long does Tylenol last? Four to 6 hours. Okay, that checks out. 6 to 8. I'm wondering if my headache has gotten worse, because I just now had that realization of, wow, my head hurts. And I'm usually pretty good at tuning out any of those pains or ignoring them, but I can tell that it's starting to push my irritability a little bit. It's mostly because it's more of a sinus headache. A lot of pressure on my forehead, my eyes, my nose. It's harder to ignore when it's like that. But hopefully we are in our final stretch here. Edit mode. Let's go through and check everything again. So select just the neck. Good. Head. Just the head. Upper arm. Upper arm. Lower arm. Lower arm. Upper arm. Lower arm. You supposed to go all the way up? Hold on. All right, we cut you off down there. So we're going to do the same over here.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Wow. Thank you, Sir Gillihan. Now, Kevin, you know I can't do that. We're so close to being done. What about the noms? I've got pizza ready to put in the toaster oven at any time. Why is there a single dot on your face connected to your chest? Sir! And some of those. Okay. Hips are good. Spine. Why are you connected to those arms? You should not be. I mean, you are connected to here. What percentage of you is connected? Not enough to make a difference. Good. Okay, shoulder. That's a problem. All right, we're going to cut you off. Where? I don't think you need to go any lower than that. And you're not affecting the backpack in any capacity, which is weird because I kind of feel like you should, but nah. Yeah, if we clip through that backpack, oh well. I'm not gonna worry about that. We're gonna remove all of that. And we're also going to remove anything that is over the middle seam. Same goes for you. Two before that line. Okay. Okay. Save a new copy. Actually, no, we already saved a copy with the fucked weight, so we'll just resave over it. All right, now we have to check all of our others. Googly eyes. Those are connected to the head. Fizbone R. Fizbone L. Good. And ha! Okay. I'm kind of afraid to go in and do much here, but I want to remove the ones that are very blatantly not supposed to be tied to this. Oh my god. What happened? Bronx now is not the time. I left the curtain open and she's at the back door now barking. It's funny because she never used to be a barky dog. Oh, interesting. You're not supposed to have any weight painting data on you. And you're not supposed to have any of the right hand at all. Wow. What a mess. Hmm. I'll check that one later. What the hell? Okay. What the fuck? None of that is correct. None. Wait, you're a left. You don't even belong on here. Go away. I should have removed that first. Good night, Cyrix. Sorry today was such a quiet day. Mostly complaining on my behalf. But thank you very much for the good wishes. I certainly need them. Not happy that that one got relocated. And I think what we're going to do, grab the other hand. Turn off X-ray mode. Grab just you. I'm going to copy your location. Paste it here. And vice versa with all of the others. All right. Should not be an issue anymore. I didn't bother to check any of the grab pack weights because they should have all been automatic. And we're going to delete all of the left-hand stuff because I guarantee you that's the shit that's messing things up. Does not belong on our right hand at all. Save again. Now, to check our little cuffs. Real quick, we're just going to go back into weight painting mode. Because we need to find out which ones we actually need. Lower arm and right hand. Absolutely nothing else should have any weight painting data on here. Other than perhaps the thumb. But even then. I mean, it doesn't already by default, so I'm not going to worry about it. So we're going to delete every group except for the right hand and the lower arm. And same thing on our left side. Left hand, lower arm. Okay, last but not least, limon. You should just be 100% tied to the left hand and nothing else. Yes, sir. And we are actually going to remove the sharps on limon. Because kind of makes him look like he's got weird nipples. That being said, though, we have to add the sharps to everywhere else, because apparently they disappeared at some point. Never mind, they're back. Hello? Huh? Okay. You know what? Don't flog a gift horse in the mouth. If they're back, they're back. I'll take it. I sincerely don't know why they disappeared for a while there, but cool. Wait a minute. Okay, no. No, you're good. My God, my brain is melting. Did we decide not to reduce those? I can't remember anymore. We definitely should have done the ones in the neck, though. Yeah. You might want to put some sharps on limon. Actually, no. I think I like him with the kind of rounded button look. Boy, he's just looking nipply as ever, though. I'm sorry, Limon. Alright, let's hope and pray. Gonna save you one last time. Export. Continue to export. Actually, we'll save this, save over it, because weights fixed. Hopefully. Now, back to Unity. Oops. Okay. Gesture manager. Did we fix you? We did not. Why? Why does this happen? I don't know why this arm goes forward like that. Is that whole leg bent? That whole leg is bent. It's twisted. What the hell? Have you been knocked out of your T-pose or something? Like, this can't be right. I apologize. Ads are about to play any moment.
Did you remember to save all of your files?
Thank you, Sir Gillihan. I hope you have a good rest. I think I have to Google this because I'm not sure why it's happening. So he doesn't do it until Gesture Manager becomes active. All right. It's not happening in any of this. So I think this is a gesture manager issue. Very interesting. All right, back to Blender real quick. Let me see your bones. Okay. Yeah, you are definitely doing something weird here. So it might just be that these idle animations are not symmetrized, because I know my model is. And I can definitely see when looking at it here in this preview, when we mirror it, there's a lot of asymmetry going on. That's kind of frustrating. Well, at least I know that's not something I'm doing wrong. That being said, I think this is good. I think this is everything. Let's go ahead and, I mean, other than, obviously we still have to fill in the hand textures for the other hands, which I will do off stream since that's very boring. That'll probably take another few hours, so I don't think I'll do that today. I'm also still undecided on whether or not I want to do something for the purple hand other than just have it be purple. But this should all be fine. Let's go ahead and upload this again. Okay, now we have to upload the Quest version. We are going to duplicate. Make you the Quest version. When we convert over to Android, it is going to yell at us because we have stuff on here that Quest does not like. So it will automatically have to remove those for us. That's why we make a copy, though, because it will permanently remove them from the avatar. Which is not fun to have to put back on, especially when you have things like animations tied to them. Okay. Yep, go ahead and auto-remove those features. And I believe that's the only thing we need to do aside from switching one of our shaders for one of our particles, which is probably going to get removed from the final version for Quest because Quest can't handle transparent particles regardless. Manic is showing me around Mario.exe. There is anyone who knows Mario everything, it is definitely Manic. Hello, Metal. I hope that you're having a good time today. All right. Go ahead and build and publish this for Quest as well. Finally have a fursona. Heck yeah! Would you like to describe them? We are just about ready to start wrapping up right now. A cave bear based off of the one from Son of Kong. Oh, I've never seen that movie. Man, bears make such great bases for characters. Okay, upload successful. Now, that being said, let's turn our shader back before we forget. Man, we're only 6,000 particles over. It makes me so sad. But with this all in mind, we will save things here. And just as our final little bit of a reward, let's go see the fruits of our labor. Just make sure that everything works in VR. I will be doing this from desktop.
Way to go, superstar! I knew you could do it.
Thank you so much, Kat. His name is Arctos Alvarez. He has adoptive parents from Argentina and Mexico. Santiago Alvarez, a horse, and Marisol Alvarez, a raccoon. Those are all very great names. I always struggle to come up with cool names. Oh, Kat, you have nothing to apologize for. I know y'all can't be everywhere at once. I have zero expectations of that. I am just very thankful for the times that you guys do get to be here. But I appreciate it regardless. Y'all's support has been huge to helping me get through some of these struggles with the very difficult parts of these avatars. I'm hoping that whenever I make my next avatar after this, I can finally get my brain to settle in a little bit and not have to come up with a crazy new mechanic every single time. I say that, but Lily Love Braids is standing right there staring at me with those big old eyes and those big old braids. Yes. I adore her design. She's so pretty. Close out of all of our programs here.
Katsu Drawn just cheered 1 bits. Hey, take this, front-facing baby chick emoji.
Thank you, Katsu. Is that the purple-haired doll from the trailer? Oh, yes. So to no one's surprise, she might make my favorites list too. We finally get a doll that isn't that creepy child mold, and it is appreciated. Sincerely. I have so much love for her design.
If you become lightheaded from thirst, feel free to pass out.
Also, thank you, Ink Bleeder, for the hydrate. We are just about ready to wrap things up here. I've pulled up VR chat so that we can see how the final upload looks for now. And it's not the final, I say that, but I'm obviously going to have to go through and update things. But this is the bulk of the work. Everything at this point is merely cleanup. I'd like to hope anyway. So we're going to head over to the avatar testing chamber, and I will go ahead and share the screen at that point. Or not, because VRChat doesn't want to show itself, apparently. There we are. Of course, it wants to sit on top of everything. Oh, okay. I forgot! I forgot last time we were on, we were Wuggies. Taking a hot minute to load. Is this because of VR chat? My internet? Or a secret third thing? There we are. Is this the appropriate size, or are you... You're quite tiny. I am not a fan of that crooked leg or crooked arm. That upsets me. I'm almost positive that that is because of the default animation. Oh, the stream is stuttery? It's probably my internet then. In fact, let me go ahead and close out of Unity just to make it a little easier here. Okay. Let me see if Dog Day does this. Because I feel like he would show the clearest. No, you're not jittery or shaking around at all. So what the fuck is up with the player's idle animations? We can't see on Adam whether or not that's the case. The only other avatar I've most recently uploaded is Smoon. And he's still about as old as Dog Day, I think. Oh. Oh. Okay. So we just gonna hang out for a while, I guess. Do appreciate the level of detail that the people put into this room for avatar testing. The portal theme is very appropriate. I do kind of wish that they kept this mirror uncloudy at a distance. Halfway there. Okay, yeah, you're jittery. You're jittery, but are your legs kind of fucked up? Yes. Okay. It's the idle animation. So why do you have different idle animations? Oh, I just closed Unity. This is something I'm going to have to go through and mess with, I think. Because I don't like how jittery that is. That's not a good idle animation, in my opinion. Like, those feel very involuntary. It's a lot of arm movement. Okay, well, I'm glad to know that that's something that I didn't do wrong, that is just... Oop, nope, not that. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. So, at least that's just a desky problem. Let's go ahead and see our menu. We've got, oh, test our expressions.
Hey, bitch!
Hey, bitch! Make sure that they toggle off. Yep. Got our googly eyes, and actually we should be able to test webcam. Used to be that they would follow my eyes. Doesn't look like it anymore. So yeah, all they do is jiggle, jiggle, jiggle. We've got our sticker texture, which definitely gets hella crunched. Not in love with the fact that it does that. I don't like at all that it's so bad on the face. Jesus Christ! That was not that bad before. Holy shit. Why is it so much better on the chest? And the dog is barking. Let's go to our damage texture. I'm gonna go strangle my dog. Fuck. Alright, we got some rough edges on the tops there. I'm gonna have to go back and fix that. That's because of our weight painting that we changed. Yippee. Why do the textures on the face look so shit all of a sudden? Like, these on the head were as high quality as those on the body. And now they're not. And I'm not happy with that. Limon, do you work?
Limon?
Not only do you work, but you're proximity based. That's interesting. Hold on, how do we...
Limon?
That's very funny.
Limon? Limon? Limon?
Well, I'm trying to put this on the other hand, or on the other side of my head, but my webcam is not tracking that hand at all.
Limon?
There we go.
Limon?
Cool. Oh, and then Hoppy. She's a little farther away from the hand, I think, than I'd like, but oh well.
Limon?
And they do trade off. Okay, good. Grab pack. Everything with the grab pack should still be fine. Oop. Fuck. Keep hitting the wrong buttons. That's the wrong hand. But hey, at least it works. Okay. Okay, those work. Our posed hands. No hand is correct. Red hand, green hand, activate. Oh. Touch face. Touch face. Touch face. Please touch face. Touch body. Oh, for fuck's sake. I forgot to put go-go on it. So I can't manually make it touch the face either. What if we just crouch? Oh my god! I hate everything. Buck's probably asleep. That's supposed to turn off when another hand is on, and it's not. Flare gun! Wrong hand. And I can't hit that button. Well, at least the light works. Omni hand. Okay, well. That's okay, Tot. I'm sorry my tone is a bit rough right now. I'm just at a point with it where, like, I want it to be done. It's fine. No, because even if I do get it confirmed that that works, there's still plenty of other shit that I have to go in and fix now. That I didn't want to have to do because of garbage. But it is what it is. We still got a good chunk of work done today. Positive thoughts. Ha ha ha. I just don't really feel like being positive right now. I want to be angry. I want to be salty. I want to throw a tantrum. I want it to be done. And it's not. Still, somehow, despite it having been this long and this much time working on it, it's still not done. Why? Shrug. Let's find somebody to throw you guys at. Actually, let's close out of this. I've got to boot up Unity again to upload it with GoGo anyway. All right. You know what? Let's go say hi to Raptor Magpie. It's rare that we manage to catch them when they're live. Looks like she's been live for a little over 4.5 hours. She's working on some artwork. Looks like it's a silent stream as well. Looks like we might be drawing some... Who is that? Do I recognize that? No, I don't think so. Drawing some dinos, though. Raptor Magpie is another dino tuber, another raptor, as the name implies. But they very much seem to carry a similar energy that we do when it comes to our art streams, minus the days like this where it's all just frustrating coding bullshit. So if you are a fan of that sort of thing, then I think you guys will enjoy your time over there as well. They do have some sick shades. Let's get our raid message up and running too. Thank you, baby. There we go. So feel free to copy and paste that if you like, but you do not have to, of course. I would like to encourage you guys to bring a positive thing to say since they are working on some art. Give them a little boost. As for our schedule for next week, y'all know Poppy Playtime Chapter 5 is coming out on Wednesday. So, we are not going to be streaming that live. Instead, I'm going to upload something else that is pre-recorded while I play it myself and pre-record that. As for the rest of the stuff, I don't know. We'll figure it out. Our timer is up already. I don't know why that went so fast. Goodbye, everyone. I love you so much. Wah!